Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And hope you're safe and sound wherever you be on this storm. Turned out for us, thank goodness, at least knock on wood right now, a non-event. Didn't even get that much rain. So that's always good, right? Right past Tampa. And we are we're going to do this. We turned on a high frequency trading program, one of many that we have. This one, we can control the frequency of these trading programs. So don't get, distracted with the word high frequency. You can control the frequency of any of these programs. We started at 9, just to demonstrate. Why 9? Well, that's when we can start using the most margin. So we're only using $1,900 in capital, 1,900 bucks at 9 o'clock. From 9 to 4, you get 1,900. Our goal, we're up already. We started 14 minutes ago. We're up 200 bucks. Our goal is to make 1,000 bucks. That's what we'd like to do and stop. Now we may only make 500. We only may make 600. We may make 1,200. I don't know. But we're going to try to finish green, and we're going to try to let the machine do much of the work, if not all the work. And we're going to take it right through the open, the most violent part of the day, on the most violent market, which is the NASDAQ. And so we'll see how we do. If you have any questions about who we are, what we're about, don't hesitate to visit the site. Don't hesitate to email us. Don't hesitate to give us a call from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 813-758-8263. What we're looking to do, there are 24 trading days, 24 trading days in a month, 24. You can do the math. $100 a day, 2,400. 200, 4,800. Okay, now could we stop? All right, we've been on for 14 minutes, 15 minutes. We have net 175 bucks. I could stop, but I'm going to keep going. But you could stop. Do you have the patience? Do you have the discipline to trade that quickly and stop and go find something else to do with your day? 14, 15 minutes, right at the most violent time of the day. 20 trading days. Maybe you don't get them all. Maybe you only make $3,000 a month. Would an extra 35, 36,000 a year make a difference to you? Well, maybe not, right? It's all scalable though. You can play a little bit longer. You can, if you stick around to try to make 500, balance itself out. So again, any questions, let us know. Machine's got control of it. All the trades that go in will be going in by the robot. This robot, not swing machine today, right? We can trade swing machine, but we're choosing not to. But we want to show you how quickly you can get this done. So this robot, point and figure chipper. So the machine's going to put in all the trades, and I am periodically going to grab some profits. So we've been trading since 9 o'clock, 17 minutes, $300. We could stop. You could stop. Come back and do it again. And again and again and again. 20 days. Take Fridays off. $6,000. Now, this chart here is not it is the chart that we're running, but it is not the strategy. And I'm sorry, I didn't update this, but we're going to also block that out there. Don't want to confuse folks. I wouldn't try to do this by hand. What do I mean by that? I wouldn't try to do this manually. This being done by a computer. I don't have the very program that we're running on this chart. That's yesterday's chart. This program's running much faster. My maximum risk on each trade, each individual trade, my maximum risk is 180 bucks. And we just took a little loss there, took a little profit away, $180. The market's about to open in about 5 minutes, and it's going to get very violent, right? At the market open, but this program's going to trade hopefully right on through it, and we're going to exploit that volatility. You can do this every morning. Come in, turn it on about 9, and let's try to get out of here by 10. Bag has got some cleanup to do. We got some stuff to clean up around the house with that storm. So I want to come in and get this done. And if we do it again, we may very well do it again tomorrow. We may do it again in the next few days just to show you what's possible. Maybe you do a little better. The maximum risk on each trade, the maximum risk is $180. Now, if I'm out to make a point, which is $1,000, I wouldn't want to risk much more than 1,000, but we'll see. We'll see how we can do here. Right now, the account has realized 114.20, and we got an open positions that is down a little bit. The market seems kind of stymied here as to what they're going to do, and we're going to play the volatility. It's going to play it. Swing machine is keeping a good view on the market, and I think the market will come in a little bit, but I think that we're in a regiment now of a little bit of a short squeeze here until these contracts roll. That's for the bigger picture, the swing traders. It's not what we're doing here. We're trading the here and the now, right now. Market's about to open. We're down a little bit, and let's see how we do. Okay, so she's trading very fast. We have the account. We intervene there a little bit, and we have the account back to par. We'd like to get ourselves net positive, of course, and would like to pick off about a point and see if we can do this inside of an hour. We're 30 minutes in. We had a high water mark of about about 200, and we're going to see if we can pull this off. This is it's set very fast. It's a high frequency point and figure chipper. Trades very, very quickly. All the trades are going in by the machine. They're coming out by the machine, and then occasionally I am intervening and see if I can help my cause a little bit. And we are now net positive 61.20. Now there are a number of things that I could do to slow this down. The chart size, the settings, even there's a number of things, but we're going to see what we can do here. We're net positive $113. Um, and then it really is up to the individual trader. We've been in here for 35, 40 minutes. You're going to be motivated by greed. We set out to play for about an hour, so we're going to see how we do. But if you say that's the max, and I'm going to pick up my 100, my 200, my 300, and if you average $100 a day over 20 days, it's an extra 2 grand a month. 200, 4,000. Can it be this simple? Yeah, it can be. Okay, so we're playing it really close, right? I'm doing a little bit of scalping, playing it really close. We've only been here for 38 minutes. We're positive 81 bucks. Sometimes just staying close to par is, you just is just fine. We got plenty of time. We still got plenty of time. Maximum risk on each trade is $180. We're using $1,900 in margin. Machine is putting in all the trades, taking them out, and I am occasionally intervening. And the strategy keeps running. I don't have to reset it, which is nice when it's trading this fast. I don't want to have to take the time to reset it. And we're 42 minutes in. We're at 164 bucks. Let's see if we can meet our goal still. We still got plenty of time. Okay, we're pushing into an hour and we're off our goal. And so we'll stay with it a little bit and see if we can work this off and get ourselves positive. And we'll see how we do. We look at Swing Machine. Swing Machine's having a very nice morning. The daily R1 resistance one on this NQ is 15,547. 15,547. Don't think we'll get get there. I don't think so. The daily pivot is 15,298, 15,298 daily pivot, which I think we will see before the day is over. And we're going to see if we can get ourselves in position here. We want to clean up this, this drawdown and see if we can get ourselves back to par. And I might make a little adjustment. I might increase the brick size a little bit and reduce the noise on this, but we'll see. If I do, I'll let you know. Otherwise, we're going to try to stay out of its way. I don't think I've helped it much. Probably have heard it. Okay, I'm going to have to step out and take Ted between these storms. So I'm not going to be able to do any intervention here. So I'm just going to let it run its course here. And maybe it can do a little better than what I've done. And we'll be back. So all these trades you see going in until you hear my voice, the machine's going to have them. And now, I was out to try to make a point. If I'm down a point, it won't feel good, but I'm very confident that if I'm down a point on a given day, that I can get myself back to par. It's very important, I think, when you play golf, even, you're going to have a bogey or two. You're going to have some dry downs. Um, are you going to take your clubs and throw them in the lake and, jump up and down and get all upset? Or are you just going to, settle back in and make some adjustments and get yourself back to par? So I'm going to let the machine run its course here. She'll be back very shortly. And hopefully we don't get, well, we're not going to get blown away, but we still get some of these bands coming through. So I'm going to let it run. Okay, everybody. Sometimes it pays to take the dog for a poop. We do better, which is a beautiful thing. And so we're a little bit past our time. It's 10:25. I had to take Ted for his walk. Of course, he doesn't want to poop, right? He walks outside. Oh man, it's so breezy. Oh, this is beautiful because it's beautiful out actually. And then there's a thunderclap. Scares the hell out of me and him. It's like, that's it. Let's get out of here. So let's take a look. So we're to the good. It is 10:30. We're an hour and a half in. This isn't a strategy that I want to play all day. It's not a strategy I want to play all day, every day. But if I am going to play it, I'm going to play it between 9 and 10. Oh, one at that point. So what is that profit? All right, there's another order. It's so fast. And I gotta disable this thing. We're not gonna overstay our welcome here. Now our members can hang out, but oops, mistake. Mistake. Okay. That was a mistake on my part. And it is a strategy, though. It is a strategy that I would play from 9 to 10 every day. It would get a little boring. Be happy, if you play in the first couple of minutes and make you 200-300 and then stop. But the rule was, or the goal was, that we would play for a point, $1,000, risking about 1,000. We need to stop, and we're going to, and we're good. And I disable the strategy. And the truth of the matter is, the strategy was doing better than what I was doing. I was intervening and was really not helping it much. And the best thing I did was to take Ted for a walk. You can, when you are robotic, when you are mechanical, provided, I said to Susie, make sure the power stays up, kid, right? So she knows what to do if the power goes down or the platform goes down. But otherwise, I'm comfortable for short periods of time. Going to the mailbox, cleaning the pool, taking Ted for a walk, whatever, that sort of thing. I know we have members that push the envelope because of their schedules and work schedules. I don't do that a whole lot, but it can be done. But I'm not suggesting that, that one can turn on a trading robot and go play golf for 4 or 5 hours. Oh, I had, I guess I'm on delay and I'm getting feedback here now. Oh man, it's my phone. I was watching the market from my phone, so I could see what was happening. If you have any questions, I'll leave this up. I'm going to let you watch. We've turned off the robot. We're done. But if you have any questions in the chat function, we'll keep this up to about 11 o'clock, and then we're going to need the resources. There are 24 trading days in a month. 24. Yeah, we were to the good $200 in less than 10 to 12 minutes. We certainly could have stopped. My goal was to collect a point. I've done this enough to know that I really shouldn't, with this particular program, overstay my welcome. Although I think if we were to, well, in fact, I know if we broaden the stop loss, broaden the profit target, play with a little bit more risk, we could probably do even better. But I just wanted to demonstrate. We'll come in tomorrow. If you want to follow us in the morning, we'll kick on at 9. We're using $1,900 in margin. We walk away with a point. That's 50% return if you're counting percentages. We're doing it in terms of profit factors. So let me tell you how many trades we actually had and what our profit factor is. So let me go do this. Hopefully, I don't know what is going on here. I didn't reboot. My trade manager analysis is not coming up. So I'm going to have to reboot TradeStation sometime today. So I'm sorry, I can't give you that data right now. I'd like to, but I can't. Any questions, you let us know. I want to share with our members if we I was running point and figure 3x3 with Chipper and was just letting it run. I think that if you experiment a little bit, and there could be some other configurations, but it had been running exceptionally well. 5x3, 5x3, 2, and really running itself out. Ample opportunity to intervene. Now the question is on the intervention. I was able to intervene on my strategy and not have to reboot. Everybody would need to, as a member who has Chipper or any of these programs, if you do intervene, that is something that you need to validate yourself as to whether or not you have to reset. Sometimes what happens when you're running a strategy, the protocol is what TradeStation wants you to do actually is to turn the strategy off and then turn it back on, resync it to being flat, right? So if the strategy is in a trade, and by the way, we get that, I could trade point and figure all day long. It's beautiful, beautiful way to go. Look at that. What they want you to do when a strategy goes in, it only knows what it knows. So if it goes in, it thinks it's in, and if you take out an order, it doesn't know that you took it out. So it can be out of sync with the real world. And so what TradeStation suggests you do, we would suggest you do too, is turn the strategy off, turn it back on if you want to burn it back on. And then if you're flat, it'll be flat and you'd be in sync. Or you could have it assume real world position, which I prefer not to do. But you can do that. The problem is, or the challenge is, when we have a strategy that we're running here and in the fashion we're running it, which is very quick, it can be a pain in the ass to have to turn it off. And so my experience has been with point and figure chipper that for the most part, I don't have to turn it off, but every member needs to validate that, right? And it just makes it easier. So then, I can just come in and scalp it or help it. I'm not putting in any orders. I'm not taking out any losses. I was only taking profits, and I wasn't helping us. And the strategy, we put the numbers on the board by really just taking Ted for a walk and letting the strategy run. And which I was going to do anyways, because I didn't think I was helping it. But you can experiment, but point and figure chipper. And we have some other ideas. We got so many ideas. So many. And then running point and figure chipper in a hedging type strategy, hedging it with the same market, only using micros. And you can, what we're trying to do is really to mitigate risk. All of the trades that we put on here this morning, though, what I wanted to demonstrate was starting at 9. So thereby we're using maximum margin responsibly. I was only using 1900. Before that, I've got to, have, person's got to have 18, 19 grand in their account. But at 9 o'clock, you got to have 1900. And between thereabouts to 4 o'clock. And the goal we wrote in here is a high frequency trading program. We should be done in less than an hour. Our goal is to make 1,000. We stopped it at 10:30, and that's what we finished with. So, we're using $1,900 in margin, and that's what we got. What I really wanted to be able to tell you is the number of trades we had, and my profit factor. And unfortunately, I don't know why. Probably because my TradeStation is a little angry. It's been on for probably 48 hours. I neglected to reboot it, and so my trade manager is not functioning, which is really unusual. It's probably a function of my computer, not TradeStation. The TradeStation platform, our experience, folks, I'm just a customer to them. We have no affiliation with them, but boy, we think they're so good. The platform's really, really good, really stable. We couldn't do from a trading standpoint. Now, by the way, this what you're seeing here, this is the strategy that we're running yesterday. I didn't update the chart here, and it's interesting that it put in a short here. This strategy did pretty well yesterday. We finished the day up about 1,600. We had it as high as 3,000, and then we shut it down. One of the rules of thumb too that I'll do, I have these little just side rules that if you want to define what you can define, you want to control what you can control. So when we set out, I do have it in mind, the hours that I'm going to start, the strategy that I'm going to start, what I'm going to run, and then I set out to do that. If I can quit earlier, the better. But I gave myself, plenty of time. I felt very comfortable. If we couldn't get it done by 10, we could get it done. Even if I drew down $1,000, I felt very comfortable that we could, get back in play. So I guess the point is to, to have some idea of what it is you're trying to do. Now, certain strategies, by the way, including even this one maybe, but depending upon how it's running, need more time. than just an hour. They may need, 4 hours or 5 hours, a greater percentage of time. And if you have that time, great. If you don't, then don't run that. That's, part of learning to control what you can control and how this fits into your life. Yeah, thanks, Parker. Um, if you haven't done it, Parker, you might. I would. And I've been watching because we had it set up on for Psi at 5. Yep. Yeah, you definitely want to practice it for short periods, and you want to play it when it's most volatile and most choppy. Yep. Yep. Exactly. You want to play it when, like I wouldn't want to play chipper between 11 and 1. And then it'd be maybe a bit of a grind. But to come in the morning, and most people don't want to play the open and don't want to play, um, or maybe between 11 and 1 would have to, throttle it back. But for the NQ, um, 5 by 3 is pretty interesting. I just got a text from Chris too. Um, and he was looking at I don't think he'd mind me saying 5 by 2. 5 by 2. And we're talking, you know, um, I had it running, in the background on Psi, and he was having some blowout days, 5 by 3 with Chipper. So I thought, we're going to get in here and revisit Chipper. It's just pretty basic. So keep me posted. I hope everything's going well, and we'll be here. We'll be nearby. I want to describe something, though, if I can, for everybody to give this some thought. We're working on a radar that isn't going to give trades. It's going to be a radar to help you do some planning, taking into consideration your leverage, taking into consideration your profit targets and stop losses, and also time in the market. Major considerations for risk, and there are specific math formulas that that we can build in to make us aware of what it is we're doing sometimes, and we may be inadvertently hurting ourselves. For instance, super yeah, you can call anytime, Parker, anytime. I never want to intrude, as you know. But always thinking of everybody. See, on YouTube, we have also a live Zoom that people can patch in, and they can come and go and come. I never, I'm always here for everybody, but I never want to intrude because folks are trading, and trying to get done what they get done, and have other things going on. So I never want to intrude. I'm pretty fortunate in life right now, that I don't have to travel anymore. I don't have any of that stuff. I used to. It was such a pain in the ass to me. I can remember, I gotta get back to the office. Because I so wanted to trade, and or, I'd be trading like this and I'd have a day, and then, I'd get a text from the boss saying we got a conference call at 2, and I'd be like, oh, Jesus Christ, another goddamn conference call. The guy was crazy. The last guy was absolutely nuts with conference calls. I told him so too. Um, he was a piece of work, that guy was. Um, I can tell you a story. I sometimes I'm very I'm pretty patient here, I think, but sometimes I don't. The guy, I can say this, I won't say the name or anything, right? Um, I was in the surgery environment, and I had been doing it a long time. And this guy, he was just he was the boss. He hired me, but I took the job just, to actually help him. But he turned out to be such a pain in the ass. And he flew in. He was from the West, and I thought, like, and I knew him to be that, but he was based in California, so I thought I'd never see him. And but he was constantly throwing these conference calls. And so he flies in to work with me, and I had to pick him up in Orlando. We worked Orlando, then I had to go down into Miami. By the time it was only about a day and a half. No, it was one day, actually, the first day. And I called Susan, and I'm like, this guy's nuts. I mean, he was certifiably nuts. And so he gets down into Miami, and I won't take you down into the weeds, but we had spent all day together, with customers and everything and surgeons, and it was embarrassing. And I just told him, I said, you can sleep in. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, you're not working with me tomorrow. You're not. He's like, what? I'm like, I'm not lugging you around. He's like, I told him the night before, he can sleep in. They get up in the morning. I had to get up real early. Get up. He's up to have breakfast. He's got his briefcase and everything. I'm like, where are you going? He goes, I'm going with you. I said, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're going home. And he was absolutely beside himself. And he said something like, Don, I'll have to let you go. I said, you're not going to say anything to anybody. I said, you're just going to fly home and go home. I said, you're not going to say anything. I said, you're certifiably nuts. And you know it. I know it. I said, the company probably knows it. You're not saying anything. And I couldn't, it was just awful. I never did that to anybody in all the years. I always, really enjoyed the people that I worked with and came in, but he flew home. He never said a word. He never said a word to me or obviously to the company. Other people probably put up with his bullshit. I wasn't about to. But I digress. I don't have any of that, I guess, and I'm grateful. I don't have to. I don't have to deal with any of that. And so as you're trading, if you do have to deal with it, um, just don't let it. My only suggestion is don't let it intrude on your trading. Block it out, or stop trading. Don't try to. I would try to trade around the conference calls and so forth, and it didn't. My trading wasn't very good. So I really tried to just block off, sections, and come hell or high water, I wouldn't let anybody intrude on that. So for members, I don't ever want to. You got so much going on. I don't want to ever intrude on your life, But we're available, at the drop of a hat. So if that makes sense. I started to describe when you have a stop loss. Let's say you put a stop loss in here of not on the strategy, but say you have a stop loss of $200. You have a stop loss of 200. Let's say stop loss, SL for stop loss, and you have a profit target of 100. Do you know what that does to your win-loss ratio? Now, I have come to get a better understanding about win-loss. It doesn't have that much meaning to me, but I know it has a lot of meaning to a lot of people because it feels good to win. So can you calculate from here? Can you calculate what is the win-loss ratio? What is the percentage of the win-loss ratio that you must have, regardless of what the strategy is, to break even? And you can figure it out. And I'm going to do that. The win-loss ratio that you must have is 66%. If you have a stop loss of 200 and a profit target of 100, you've got to win 66% of the time to break even. It's important to know because another part of this is if you are putting a value on the win-loss ratio because it feels good, you will win a lot. You may win, like you may be winning like, wow, I'm winning 6 out of 10 times. I got a lot of wins. But you have to win basically 67% of the time to break even. So what does that mean? Well, a couple of things is it's okay to do this, but for short periods of time, like an hour, a very short, and we can have a calculation that's going to be able to tell us how much of the day should we be trading. But you want to keep it low because if you try to trade it all day, you won't, your performance will start to diminish. If we turn this around, let's say we have a stop loss of 100. There's another consideration in this too. So let's just turn this around. And we have a profit target of 200. What is the win-loss ratio now? You guys can probably do this in your head. I got to go to a calculator and do it. So it's going to be, it's 33%. Now, so you got to win, you got to maintain a 33% win-loss ratio to break even. Now, think about this. Here, you're winning 6 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10 times, but you have to win that 7 out of 10 times just to break even. But it's going to feel good, but you may not be making that much money. This one, you can be losing 6, 7 out of 10 times, which is going to feel shitty, but you're going to make your money. The other piece is now is we have up here, I'm just making notes here, trend following long, trend following short, right? Trend following short. What do we know about trend following? The win-loss ratio is usually 30 to 50%. That's it. It doesn't usually get any higher. Well, if you take a trending strategy and you put your stops and profit targets and you set it so that the win-loss ratio is really high, it isn't going to work so well. You're going to kill it. You're going to kill it. A counter-trending strategy, counter-trending CTL or CTS, I'm just writing it in here. You do in fact need to win, 70 to 80% of the time. And that's, and this would be okay. This would be okay to do. This would be the instance where that would be okay because we do need a high win rate. But psychologically, you also need to be aware of this. And so our tool is going to make you aware of this. You're going to be able to plug them in. It's going to tell you what it is. We're going to explain in detail, even in further detail. And we're even going to have a calculation when you have this, how much time should you be running? So if the normal session hour is 8 hours a day, a strategy, you may only want to be running, 20 or 30% of that. On another strategy, you might need to be running 70 to 80% of the time because time is a risk factor. It's demonstrable. We can have a person take a strategy, set up the stop loss and profit target, do it backwards, run it all day and do terrible. We have another person set it up correctly, run it all day and do fabulous. Why do people want a high win-loss ratio? Because it feels good to win. It's okay for short periods of time, but I think a person needs to learn that and develop confidence that a strategy can actually lose 6 or 7 out of 10 times. Difficult to watch, difficult to go through, but if it's got an edge, if it has an edge, it will make money. Just something to think about. Oops. Oh, Donald, I didn't mean to do that. There. Okay. I erased all my notes there. Oh, I did that too. I didn't mean to do that. Let's put that. There we go. Let me see if I can undo some of this here. If that makes sense a little bit, if it simulates some thought, some consideration, you cannot take out all the risk. Was it the Hunt brothers? Remember the Hunt brothers down in Texas, back during the 70s, 80s? They tried to corner the, I think it was the gold market, the silver market. You really can't corner a market. What you can do though, is you can mitigate risk. You can mitigate it and you can smooth out. And that's what hedge funds, by the way, are always trying to do, right? They know this, they know, and they're just trying to smooth out their account performance. And so, we're not a hedge fund. We don't manage anybody's money. We don't make specific recommendations. We just just come in and try to trade our capital and extract cash flow and show some things, remind folks of different tools and different approaches. But any case, if you get any questions, let us know. We'll let you watch. Good morning, everybody. 11:30, we're letting you watch here on a kind of a rainy day, passing day here in Tampa. We're feeling blessed that we missed that storm. We're going to do it again tomorrow morning. We're experimenting with some different things that catch your interest. So if you want to follow and tune in at 9 in the morning, we'll at least that's the plan, and we'll run a program. We ran SMC point and figure chipper 1NQ. We started at 9 a.m. We would have been using $1,900 in margin at that hour. From between the hours of 9 and 4, it's about 1,900. And we wrote this. We said this program is a high frequency trading program. Don't get lost in the word high frequency trader. A lot of people um, respond to that. All of the programs have a frequency, so they can be run slow, they can be run fast. That's how we're using it. The hedge funds that are in Chicago, they're high frequencies. They also have a frequency, and they have something called high frequency. That's not what we're doing. They're doing something exceptional. You know, they have order flow and in advance and all that. That isn't what we're doing. And but it does trade very fast. Our goal was to be done in less than an hour. And our goal was to make $1,000. Each trade that went off, the most risk we had on any one losing trade was $180. Inside of 12 or 13 minutes, we were up 200. Just want everyone to know, but we stayed with it. We did have a drawdown at one point of about 300 or 400, and then and we may have even had a little bit higher, but then we're able to clean it up. We had to go a little bit longer than 10. We went to 10:30, and then we shut off, and we finished with 1,067. We're using $1,900. If you need and feel a need to calculate your percentage return, you certainly can. We don't use that. It may send the wrong message there, because that's a 50% return, right? The returns that we get are exceptional. When you're trading futures or you're trading options, if you're trading with surgical precision, the percentage returns will be exceptional. What we do, though, to keep us grounded is so we don't put a lot of value on the percent return. That would be more for the investor class, or the retail, or the mutual funds, or the people who are trying to get your money. They're going to talk about that sort of thing. We're measuring our profit factor. And gross profit divided by gross loss tells us just how we did. I'd like to be able to tell you exactly my profit factor for today, but unfortunately, the trade manager analysis isn't functioning here. I didn't reboot TradeStation, and so for some reason, I'm not able to show it to you today, but we will tomorrow. So our plan will be tomorrow morning, kick on at about 9. And our goal is to try to pick up about a point, or stop as early as possible too, because, the time in the market is a risk factor. And so you want to be cognizant of how much time you're allocating to your trading. And if you can limit your time, you're going to improve your results. You want to make as much money as you can, or a comfortable amount of money in a shorter period of time, and then be done. There are 24 trading days in a month. $100 a day, it's going to be 2,400. 200, it's going to be 4,800. Now, are you going to make $1,000 a day for 24 straight days in a row? I don't know. There might be some days where you make 2 or 3 grand. There might be a couple of days where you take off. I don't know. But if you're trading mechanically, robotically, you want to be, getting rid of the emotion. If you stay in here and stay in the market and try to trade day in and day out the money, I'm going to get the order in and I'm going to get the money, that is going to introduce a tremendous amount of emotion, and emotion in trading is not good. Just isn't. And there's a lot of other things that that emotion can hurt your golf game. If you're a pilot, can hurt you flying a plane. Um, whatever. If you're a surgeon, you're getting emotional and start throwing your clubs around, or throwing the surgical tools around. Boy, I hope you're not operating on me or anybody I know, right? And there are some surgeons that you wouldn't know it, that they could be the nicest of people and present, have a great bedside manner, and then they get into the surgical suite, and they're an emotional wreck. They're under a lot of stress and they don't handle it well. That's not usual though. That's not, but I have seen it. Mhm. But most of them are very, very, as you would expect, very, very good at controlling their emotions. And I just share, my background is in surgery, and I'm not a surgeon. Um, but I did have some instances, the surgeons, in some of the positions that I held, they do count on you on some things. And there were some instances, some circumstances where, their anger, their emotion was directed at me. Um, and I also, had to keep my emotions in check. Um, I think of two stories. I won't go into great detail, but long story short, I um, I received a phone call. I was in uh, I was in Gainesville, Florida, and I'm in one of the hospitals up there, and I get a phone call from a hospital. I won't say the hospital, it was on the West Coast. It was one of my accounts, and they said, "Mr. Marshall." I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Doctor so and so wants to speak to you, and he's in surgery." A little unusual that I'd get a phone call from the doctor that's in surgery at the time, and he's an open heart surgeon. And I'm like, okay, I'm like, what in the world is this? And it says, Mr. Marshall, um, I have a patient whose chest is open, and I'm gonna be careful what I say here, but and long story short, um, there was some product that found its way, and it was our product, found its way into the surgical field, that was a sample and not Mark's sample in the and it made its way to the surgeon's hands. It didn't go into the patient, but he couldn't understand, nor could I, how could a sample get there? And he said so he wasn't going to use it, but it could have contaminated the field. And in an open heart case, um, there's a lot of people in the room. There's a lot of people. There's the surgeon, he's got an assistant, and there's a lot of nurses, and they got a whole bunch of Mayo stands. There's a lot of shit in there. There's a lot going on. And he said, Mr. Marshall, you understand, he was calling me Mr. Marshall. And I knew him, but may have been calling me a couple of other things. He says, can you tell me whether or not this I couldn't tell him how it got there. And I was just totally bewildered. How did a sample um, get on the sterile field? And he he said, you need to tell me, because if it isn't sterile, we're going to have to break down the surgical suite. We have to break it down. And when I think back on it, so I couldn't vouch for it. I said, you're going to have to break it down. So now you got a patient that is, you know, is wide open. You have to break it all down. It could take an hour. And he said, okay, you know, and he tells the nurse, and he goes, you understand? And he goes, and I expect to see you like before I'm out of here. So I said, I understand. And I had to contact the company and made some necessary phone calls and started immediately headed from Gainesville down to the hospital. A couple hours away. Couldn't for the life of me understand what in the world happened. But long story short, um, a staff person had grabbed a sample, and I won't get any other detail, and got it in there. But it was all directed toward me. They thought that I had somehow placed it there, which I hadn't. And I had to go in to the surgical suite, and guy was furious, as he should have been. But we both controlled. He controlled his emotions. I had to control mine. I was like, met in the world. And so I just think back, I mean, the trading sometimes is stressful and everything, but that was stress. That was stress. I had another time I was up in Rhode Island, a big hospital up in Rhode Island. And I had a person who was working for me, and we had to bring in implants for a knee. And you may think like it just fits in a suitcase. The implants that you had to bring in at that time could fill the back of a van with all the instruments and all the components. It was a shitload, and they're heavy. And we had to see, you had to see the surgeon usually the day before to get the case qualified to make sure that we had all the instruments. So I got a person that's working for me, and the surgeon didn't give him. I had been traveling, and so when I talked to the person who was working for me as we're going to the case, I said, "Did you see him yesterday?" And he goes, "Well, he didn't give me much time." I said, "Do we have everything we need?" He goes, "Well," he didn't give me all the information we need. So I started asking the questions, and so I know that we're missing a component, a knee component, and it's the smallest size. We have a van full of instrumentation. In the cases about to go off, the likelihood the likelihood that we were going to need that component was like less than 1%, because it was also what they call a revision. The likelihood that we're going to use it. So the person who's working with me, what are we going to do? We're going to tell him in advance. I'm like, well, if we tell him in advance, he's going to be absolutely furious. He is going to be furious. And I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if I can get that component anyways. I said the likelihood that he's going to need that component is like less than 1%. You just shouldn't need it, because it was revision. It should be a bigger size. Well, we do the case. We're in the case. And I'm looking at the person who's working for me, and he's looking at me, and like, man, he's really, really working hard to preserve as much bone as he can and try to use the smallest component, which I'm thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, son of a bitch, we don't have it. And I'm thinking, there's no way he's going to call for that size anyways. I just don't think so. Well, as sure as shit stinks, he needs that. That's the component he needs. I can remember it like yesterday. And I'm like, oh no. And he asked for the component to implant, and we don't have it. He was furious. He was furious. Now, in some respects, I was furious with him, because he didn't give us the quality time that we needed the day before to get everything, you know. And he just wanted what he wanted, and he wanted us to have everything, which is like a small truckload of stuff. We still had everything, but he was so angry that I thought he had some surgical tools. I mean, I thought they were going to come flying at me. He hit me with a blast of expletive deletives, and, just absolutely just lost his cool. And we had to make some provisions. We had to wait. I was nearby. I'm not going to say where it was or what was going on, but we had to make some provisions to get the component, and we could, but we were going to have to wait about an hour to get it, hour and a half. Patient still asleep. And we had to, I told the person who was working for me, I said, just leave, just, step outside the room. And I had to listen to him for about 30 minutes, just absolutely blast me. And, but, I had to keep our composure and had to get done. We had to get done. Like, hey, this is what we got. These are options. This is what we can do. And, in the end, we got it done and we got it there. And, we get in the locker room afterwards. I get to see the guy, and he's laughing. I mean, he's just put us through hell, put me through hell too. And he's laughing and joking about it afterwards. And he was just totally fine afterwards. I describe it. Everyone's got pressures and stresses in their life. Some careers more than others, and you just never make good decisions if you let your emotions get the best of you. And I think of those couple of instances, and I won't get into the consequences, but if I wasn't truthful, if I hadn't been, frank and honest, and tried to cover something up or something, the consequences would have been even worse. And so you just have to kind of, you gather your thoughts, you rely on your experience, and you make the best decision you can, and you keep your emotions in check. The trading, it's maybe that's one of the things that I like about it. You have to do it. You have to do it. And it has to be something you like, right? It has to be something you enjoy. Otherwise it's work, So there are other instances that I can think of, but I won't go there. This isn't life or death, though. You shouldn't be trading with that. It isn't. It's going to be important, but no one trade this morning was going to make us rich. No one trade was going to make me broke. The most I was going to lose on one trade was 180. I was prepared to lose as much as a point, 1,000, but I felt confident that I could work it back. And so then we set out to, get the job done. There's not much, more that one can do. We're using these trading robots. They can do it entirely on their own for short periods of time, sometimes extended periods of time, sometimes throw off more profits than you can believe. But they may not do it every single day, nor will you do it necessarily every single day. But you don't have to. You have to just have an eye for that profit factor. And you got to stay in the moment. Try not to think about, the consequences. So when I think about the time when the surgeon was, I don't know if he was trying to psych me out, but I knew what position he was in. And by the way, he wasn't holding the phone. He was scrubbed in and he had a mask on, and the nurse is putting the phone to him. And he says to me, Mr. Marshall, do you understand? I got a patient with a chest open. I'm like, I do. You understand that? So I'm going to ask you a question and I need you to tell me. But he was trying to psych me out. He was trying to pressure me. He wanted a certain answer. And I had to, make sure I told him the truth. And the consequences were going to be uncomfortable for him, but were also going to be the best thing he could do for himself and obviously for the patient. But in any case, fortunately, we don't have to make those types of decisions. And you don't want to put yourself in a position trading. What does this got to do? You can put your trading into that type of pressure cooker if you over leverage, you undercapitalize. If we're using $1,900 in margin and I got an account that is $3,000 in size, that's pressure. That's pressure. That would be way too much. Even I could certainly get the trade in. TradeStation would allow it. But in my view, that would be way too much pressure on you and on your account. You do not want to use, we talk about it, in proportion. You don't want to over leverage. It'd be better to drop down to, a micro. And instead of using $1,900, you'd be using, would be 190, but it would be a fraction of that. Don't put don't over leverage, don't get impatient, and don't over leverage your account to put you in a pressure situation. Those of you that are pilots or flown, when the shit hits the fan, those pilots got to be, they got to have nerves of steel, and got to know what they're capable of doing and then just execute, right? They can't be listening to their inner ear. They cannot be fearful. And the only way to do that is to do it over and over and over again. Get as much flight time as you can get as much surgical time as you can get as much trading time as you can get, and track what you're doing and get better and better. If you're jammed and you're stuck, and if you're a member to us, you can reach out to me. I won't intrude. You can reach out to me. You can schedule, we can schedule time. And I can't say that I can fix it in just a few minutes, but I can certainly give you things to think about, certainly give you things to work on. But I won't intrude. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're letting you watch here. And we're done, with our little trading session. But let's just mark up here what's going on, right? So the VIX goes short at what time? 11:10. 11:10. It's a little late. The ES on a 5-minute basis went long at 7:25. Now, Swing Machine doesn't get every trade right, right? And it doesn't trade without drawdowns, so I got to make sure that I mention this every time because I'm not trying to present these tools as some sort of ATM or as some sort of gimmick that is going to automatically make you money. It may feel like that at times that it's automatic, but you do need a quiet trading skill. But at 725, 1300, 730, 2300. Now you would have needed full original margin at that hour. 1135, 130. How about this one? This is 950. You only need a fraction of your 10% of your original capital, original margin. And that's doing a beautiful thing. This is what we traded here, and we're in the house. We're mechanical, robotic mechanical traders. That's what we're doing, right? That's all we're doing. In golf, stance, grip, all kinds of things, right? All kinds of things. Draws, fades, sand shots, yada yada. But there's one thing that every golfer needs to focus on in the beginning, and that is, and no matter the swing, is getting impact on the ball. The face of the club has to impact the ball at just about the same way. How you get it there is up to you. So I like this particular strategy, and we're going to do it again tomorrow morning, and maybe every morning for a little while, and it'll start at 9 until I get bored. But and we're going to just try to trade for about an hour or less than. Now, when we started at 9, in 12 minutes we were up 200. We could have stopped, right? You can make it a game in terms of, I'm going to try to trade for an hour, but if I can trade for 10 minutes, I will. That is really, really difficult for the market to hit you, right? And what I like about this approach in this particular strategy and trading it this way is, for a new trader, it gets them active, it gets them mechanical. They're starting it at the time when they're using the least amount of margin. They're trading for a little bit of time. The settings that I had, they're not going to lose more than $180 with a mini. If you want to trade a micro, it's going to be $18. And you just execute. Now we did have to go. We did expect to go to 10. We went to 1030. We stopped, and that's what we deposited. But it gets the trader, gets the face of the club on the ball. Boom, 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 chip shots. It isn't reasonable for a new trader. And I know everyone wants to do this as a new trader. I know what you want to do. You want to be an hourly trader, but you may not have the experience yet to withstand. See, we can do this all day long. 60-minute interval. 61 hours ago, 61 hours ago, Swing Machine went long. Yeah, you're up 10 grand, but you don't have, I don't want to say you personally, anybody, please don't let me personalize this to anybody, but you may not have the experience to withstand the amount of money rolling in and out of your account, because you've been trading the money. So you got to get down in here, and you got to get really, really disciplined, and then we can break out, the driver, and hit the ball for 10 grand. But you just can't start there. You'll get hurt. So we can do this on any market. We take this on a 60-minute on the ES. It was 64 hours ago. There's 5 grand. And the VIX, let's just put the VIX on an hour. Guess what this is going to show you? 69 hours ago. 69 hours ago, back at 2 p.m. on the 25th. Guess what it said? Get long the market. Get along. We're going up, folks. We're going up. And up we did. Now, it came not 69 hours. It was, 5 hours later, there's your 5 grand. 8 hours later, there's your 10 grand. There's 15,000. I know you want that money. Everybody does. You have to practice the game. You've got to learn. I know you want to hit the golf ball, 300 yards. You're not going to watch one video and just go to the driving range once or twice and then have a good set of clubs and go out on the golf course and hit the ball 300 yards. Not going to happen. Now, if you're schooled and got a good golf swing and been playing your whole life um, and you're a natural athlete, you're going to be able to pick it up and play, to play at the very, very top, though, you're still going to have to, practice. I did not, I don't feel as though I did, even though we got a goal, I don't feel as though I did very well in the first 30 minutes. I don't feel as though I was helping the strategy. Unfortunately, the strategy helped me to get my, get out of Dodge and get done what we needed to get done. That's the way we approach this. The market is our course. It rolls up, it rolls down, it's got hazards, it's got wind, it's got this. That is our golf course. These strategies, these are our clubs, right? But we're capable of playing, and we can get the strategies to play too. And we're going to simply execute. The beautiful thing is you don't have to play all 18. You want to go out and play 2 or 3 holes, 4 or 5 holes, 4 or 5 shots in an hour and get done what you get done. Yeah, then do it. Have a good time. For years, there were a while there for years, I'd play 9 holes, on the golf course, every single day. Just 9 holes. It was fun. Just enough to keep me, and then, once a week play 18. So you don't have to come into the market and set up and trade, from 9 to 4 every single day and turn please don't turn it into a job. Don't turn it into a grind. It's supposed to be fun, right? Same thing with golf, right? It should be fun. Nobody wants to play with a guy that's throwing his clubs around and carrying on, especially the guy who hasn't never practiced, he's never committed to it, and he just thinks that it should be easy and he should be able to, you know, anybody who's been around the game knows, that that's, not real. So, any case, we're going to let you watch Swing Machine, but our trading is done. So we're going to exercise some discipline here today, but we'll let you watch. Any questions, let us know. You can just see on this point and figure, look at this, look at the kill zone in here, right? We're not trading right now, right? Machine is trading, but we're going to get a significant break. They're going to go after stops either up in here or up in here. Just looking at this, I'm going to just pinch this down, and I'm inclined to think that we break down. But we got other tools that you can't see that we have other visibility on. And again, we're not trading right now, right? We're demonstrating best practices, trying to come in, start early, end early, use minimal margin, controlled, get done. I could not have traded what I traded manually on point and figure. I can't do it. If you can do it, all the power to you. I think it'll get real old real quick. It may look easy, but it isn't. And the machine is a much better route to go in our view. And most of the time, I mean, it's just the way you feel about it. It's just, brief. If you want to get your hands into the trade or into the soup, so to speak, maybe putting on trades around options, they're going to be around for 2, 3, 4 weeks. Yeah, there's plenty of time to do that. But, these, especially the faster the frequency, boy, I got to have the machine doing it, because you just make one mistake, one miss, and things get out of control really fast. Looks like here comes the break too, right? So you can start looking. Here's the NQ on the 1 minute. And we're seeing it right here on this little point and figure. The reversal marker is up in here. Now that's going to adjust, but if I was to short it, if I was going to do this manually, I really wouldn't want to go above 15,515. Certainly, I would not want to go above 15,522, 523, right? Not saying anybody should take this trade, but this would be a place to take it, this one here. So you begin to learn how to use something like Swing Machine with a tool set. So we'll see how this one does. We'll see how this 15,500. It's a round number too, though, so I don't like round numbers, but we'll see if it could survive. So you would have to have a stop here, a stop 1, stop 2, and it is many, many times a game of misses, not so much a game of profits. It's not about being right. We can have strategies where you can be wrong. It's hard to believe 6, 7 out of 10 times and still make money. So it isn't about being right. One of the things that we can do with these robots is they don't always have to be fully automated. They can be automated with what we call confirmation. So now it's an entirely different environment. And in fact, Swing Machine too. So you don't get exhausted just sitting and looking and staring and staring and staring. You can have the machinery presenting trades or alerts to you that are pre-qualified based on some specific criteria. And when that criteria is hit, it alerts you. If you're ready to take it, you take it. If you're not, you don't. And you do that as opposed to hunting and pecking and hunting and moving around and going to this chart, going to that chart, thinking this, thinking that, this hunch, that hunch. That's what the retail crowd does. That's why they lose. They just spraying golf balls all over the damn place, right? Don't want to do that. Now, the strategy, by the way, check this out. It had been long, right? This is a strategy that we're running yesterday. And that would have been a nice call, right? Buy over here. We had a little volatility and you would have taken it up to here. And now it went short right up in here. You probably couldn't have got that exact price, would have been short in here, but it is interesting that it is shorting now. I still like this trade to the downside. I do think we're going to break down. That's what I think, but I don't trade what I think, right? We trade our tools. We trade our algos, right? So not trying to, we don't like to get in here and start, see this, see that, see this, do that sort of thing. We will do that during Q School. We will, and I'm happy to do that with annual members. We don't have the time to do it with our monthly members. We have to draw a line a little bit. We only have so much time. The most valuable commodity of all is time, right? You can replace the money, you can replace everything else, but you can't replace time. You can't buy and sell that. And so we do want to maximize our time and your time. But here, the bouncing ball, the little red bouncing ball is where price is. And if she clips that, she'll turn green, and then the X will be down below. It marks the reversal marker on a point and figure chart. We also like to trade Rinko, classic Rinko, custom Rinko. I'm a real big fan of custom Rinko. But today, what we traded, we started at 9 so that we could use maximum margin. What I mean by that is at 9 o'clock, TradeStation, the original margin, you only need about 1900, give or take. And so why not do that? And we're not going to abuse it. We're not going to put on a whole bunch, more than what's in the account or anything like that. We're not going to abuse it. But when you can use the minimal amount of capital to get the biggest reward, that's what running a business is all about. Whether you're running a Subway store or medical supply company or whatever it is, you want to be able to use as little working capital and turn that inventory over and realize profit. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to teach folks to trade as a business, trading their own capital as a business, coming in each and every day, getting the job done, getting the money in the account, then moving on. We'll start planning for tomorrow. And spend quite a bit of time with you. If you're interested in becoming an annual member, you do need to speak with us because we just don't accept everybody. We don't. I'm sorry, but it's not that we're trying to be mean or anything. We're not, but we're going to spend quite a bit of time, and we're going to make sure that the person has realistic expectations on themselves and of us. And if we do, then we go from there. Sometimes folks have unrealistic expectations of themselves, of their own ability, or the market, or whatever it is. And if it is what it is, and and we'll let them know. And a lot of times, then we'll just say, hey, when we wouldn't be right for you. The whole thing about the expectation game, whether it's trading or anything else, when you don't know what to expect, you have anxiety, right? If you don't know what to expect, if you get into an airplane, to go for a ride, and you've never been on one before, and you don't know quite what to expect, you don't know what the sound's like, when the wheels come up and whatever, you have anxiety the first time. And so you need to have somebody to say, hey, this is okay. This is all right. This is just the wheels coming up, you don't have to get out the barf bag, right? So the other thing about expectations, though, is if you have unreal expectations of anything or of anyone, think about it. If you have unreal expectations, usually high expectations, usually too high, then most assuredly you'll be disappointed. Everybody it seems like everybody, but maybe it isn't, but it seems that more often than not, we seem to see people coming across the internet through the internet on YouTube, hopefully not the folks that are here now. And they have, they're looking for something, a single something that is going to magically make them money. And if that is one's expectation, I'm here to let you know that I think that you're going to be sorely, sorely disappointed. I don't think that exists. I don't. And then, we might say, well, what are you saying? I don't understand. What we're saying is that these programs that we have, the approaches that we have, by themselves will not print you money so that you can go play golf all day, sit by the pool all day, quit your job all day. They're just not going to automatically do that. However, if you make a commitment to learn the game, and there are things to learn, there just are. There are things that you may not know. And that's the first step of learning. And you become diversified in knowing what the tools are. And you commit to learning to play the game and then use those tools. Those tools will make you better. Your experience will enable you to make the tools better. And then you get yourself underway. And it's just like learning anything else in life, whether that be golf. And we equate this to the game of golf, pretty difficult game. If you don't know how to play, but you can learn. You may not be Tiger Woods. I'm not saying I'm the Tiger Woods of trading. We certainly have members that trade better than me. And there's no question about that. No question. In terms of, how it might be measured. I mean, we've had some folks do some absolutely incredible things. And it's great. And it doesn't hurt me. It's not a zero-sum game. I do think it's got to be something you enjoy, right? It should be. I would hope. Life is short. Let's not do, I always say to a young person, I don't think it's enough to do something that when I put this, that you just gotta, follow your passion per se, but I'm not sure that you should pursue something that you just don't enjoy. you know, um, I have talked to some other people that have said, to me, it was Don, I really just want to trade for like a year or two, make so much money so that I can go do something else with that money. And I'd be always kind of like, well, why not just go do that something else? Why not just go do what that is? Maybe you got to get an apprenticeship someplace or, and learn something about that something else. Just food for thought, but yeah, one of our members, Parker, says, where's my golden ticket? You mean I can't buy a golden ticket? A ticket to ride, right? Parker, yeah. Nope, no golden tickets. Nope. And we had a person say the other day, and what he said, and maybe I was harsh. Maybe I should be more empathetic, more understanding. But sometimes it gets a little frustrating. And he said to me, and I thought I took it as a little snarky. Maybe I shouldn't have. I'm human. But he said to me, I think what you're doing isn't fair, is what he said, by showing Swing Machine. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't ask me any questions. And that was his first comment. First thing, he passed a judgment on me. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know what he's looking at. And as far as I'm concerned, he probably doesn't even know what to expect. He doesn't even know what trading is about. And he said to me, I immediately went into the judgment phase, and I think what you're doing isn't fair. Okay. So we get off to the wrong foot immediately. I don't pass judgment on I try not to. We're human, but especially other, traders, I try not to pass a judgment per se, unless they've earned that judgment. Um, I think for someone to watch on YouTube and say, "Oh, I think what you're doing is unfair because," and what his point was, "You're not showing the drawdowns, you're not showing the losses." Well, a couple of things. One, he doesn't know what he's watching. He doesn't know how this works. He doesn't know the trading game. And the other part of it is Swing Machine is only one of 70 tools, but it most certainly is showing you the drawdowns. It is most certainly showing you the losses. It's happening so fast that you can't, maybe discern that. It's kicking them out. And that's what a machine will do. A machine will kick out losses much quicker and faster than a human will. A human will say, "Oh, it's coming back. I'll hold on. It'll come back." That type of thing. Then his next question was, well, what is its performance? What is its performance rate? I want to know, what is its profit factor? What is now we can drill down into a 1 minute time frame, a 3 minute, a 5 minute, into its performance characteristics over 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We most certainly can. Now, we don't do that online. We do it in Q School because we have good quality time with you, and we want you to see that. We don't do it here because one, it takes too much time to do, but also two, that person who doesn't understand, doesn't know what they don't know about trading, will once again reach the wrong conclusions. And one of those things is, and it's actually on the positive side, because if he sees what we will show them, let me give you a for instance. We open this up and it shows you that the profit on Swing Machine is running 3-to-1, meaning it's making 3 units. Let me just put it this way. It's making 3 units to 1 unit loss, 3-to-1 or 2-to-1. That would actually be very, very good. Very good. I'm making 3 units for every one I use, or 2-to-1, right? A risk factor. And if we showed that, which we can show actually, but if we were showing that, the person driving by on YouTube or whatever might think that they automatically are going to do that. And we say that you cannot say that. You have to have good acquired trading skill. And we want to work with you day in and day out for at least a 3-week period, because everyone's got a trading personality. And so when we show you Swing Machine like this, we're showing you so that you have an opportunity to ask us questions. We ask you just to be nice, be respectful a little bit. I'm a real person, with real time and real interest in seeing you do well. I'm not passing judgment on you. Ask you not to introduce and, pass judgment on me. If you do, then, we'd ask you to just move along. But, and we're not hawking or selling Swing Machine Plus. It's just central to what we do. It's one of 70 other, we have 70 other programs. We have other radars, and in the end, a person's, and I mean this so sincerely, that what happens with your trading, you will realize at some point, it doesn't matter what the market does. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what anyone else does. It only matters what you do. What you do. Chris, I'll mention Chris. He's one of our members. Chris calls me on the phone. We text back and forth. Chris told me this morning, Don, he was still running this tool. It's like, Don, it's, he was actually up, he kept running. He was up like $2,000. But that's Chris. That's what he did. You may not do that. I don't know. Don't know. Thing of it is, you don't know if you haven't tried it. The person who came in, he doesn't realize how close maybe he came to something in life. Sometimes you might hear somebody say something, or you never know how life can change sometimes. So I would just caution young people, just be a little more um humble, a little. It's amazing what you might learn from other folks. um and that person, what, hopefully he's moved on, but he may not know how close he may have came to something that could have really radically at least changed his trading life. And we say that we think that our approach and our lessons and our tools will radically have the potential to radically, for the good, change your trading life. But if you come at it, and you're jaundiced or cynical, I think you should be skeptical. I think there's a difference between being jaundiced, cynical. I think there's a difference between that and being skeptical. I think you should be skeptical. I'm skeptical. Susan will tell me, and I'll have members that will tell me, and Susan will say, Don, I'm running such and such with such and such. Okay. I take note of it. I write it down. But I'm still skeptical. I still need to see it for myself. I need to go in and program it and see what I need to see and then watch it. And I'm skeptical. I'm not cynical. I'm not jaundiced about it. There's a difference there. Makes sense? I hope so. Again, real person. One of the ideas, are you short? Are you long? With a position on the screen. And Jeffy's back. Jeff, we started at 9 a.m. We were running this program called SMC, Point and Figure Chipper, for 1NQ. We were using $1,900 in margin. We set out to trade this program in a high frequency basis, trading very quickly. We thought we could be done in less than an hour, and our goal was to make $1,000. If you go back to the live session, you can slow it down. You can look and do all you want. We stopped it at 10:30, and we netted 1,067.60, and we haven't traded since. Swing Machine is monitoring the markets for us, and if a person had, we're just showing you, but again, Swing Machine has drawdowns. You have to have acquired trading skill to trade Swing Machine. But what we've highlighted for you is right here. And we most certainly do, if we have a member that has this on their desktop and they were trading this morning, at 7:30 this morning, if they had taken this long at 45.04, and if they still have it, they may not. They may have made their 200 or their 500, but if they still have it, they're up $1,137.25. 7:30, the NQ went long, 2,100. The Dow, 1135.35. Russell here. Please do not infer that I am presenting to you red light, green light, red rover, that game. This is not a game to us. This is a tool. This is a very sophisticated tool, and you need to have trading skill, piloting skill to fly the plane. So please know that. It isn't for sale. And if you send me an annual membership today, I'm going to send it back to you. Because in order to get this tool on your desktop, as well as all the other tools, you must go through what we call a Q school. It's 3 weeks. You got to spend 3 weeks with me. That may be too much to take. And we have a whole host of on-demand videos that we want you to consume. We want you to have a chance to ask questions, Jeffy. Much more significant than that. I know initially all they want to do is the money. How much does it make? How much will I make? What is it making? How much is the money? How much is the money? And we want to slow all that down because we want to teach you how to fish so that you can come into the markets and fish every day. And there are things that you just don't know yet. And that's okay. It's okay not to know something. At least I think it's okay. Whether or not you think it's okay. There's some people that just they have a problem with that, you know. They're usually the smartest guy in the room. So, but if there's any other questions, I'm going to have to break away in about 5 or 10 minutes because I'm going to catch up with Sai. Sai is wrapping up his Q school, and Sai has been trading each day. He had a profit factor on Monday of 2.85. Had a profit factor yesterday of 2.55. I don't know what his is today. He's doing something very specific. And a profit factor is meaning he's making $2.85 for every dollar he lost, $2.55 for every dollar he lost. That's a very we consider anyone who has a profit factor below 1 as a losing money machine. 1 to 2, you're putting shingles on a roof. You're working hard, you're profitable, but you're working hard, very erratic. 2 to 3, we consider that average, good average, good average. Above 3, then you become above average and you become a money making machine. And that profit factor will vary. Not unusual at all. We've had members have profit factors of 80 in a week and then fall back to 10 or 15. It fluctuates. If you don't know what a profit factor is, then I'm going to suggest to you, we can certainly explain it. I don't have the time right now, but I would suggest to you that you're playing a game in which you don't know how to keep score. And if you're playing a game that you don't know how to keep score, you don't know what to work on. And I can't tell you how many people, and I've had many a person on Twitter that have hundreds of thousands of followers, and I'll ask them about a profit factor and they've blocked me. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's okay, Parker. Yeah, how do you calculate profit factor if you only have winning trades? And that can happen actually. And then what we do is and I know it's tongue in cheek, is and we can have folks, that just have winning trade after winning trade for a run. We would use the commissions. We would use the commissions because the commissions are a cost, right? Ordinarily, but yeah, so we could. And I know that's tongue in cheek. So if you have any other questions, I'm going to let you watch. Jeffy was here the other day, but this is not a game to us. We've been doing this long before there was Twitter, long before there was YouTube. We've been, Susan and I have been doing this. I don't come from Wall Street. I don't come, from the financial industry. I come from as far away from that as you can go. I taught surgeons how to do surgery, truly, with some of the most advanced instruments of the day. A lot of that experience and perspective is kind of what's gone in here. We're trying to trade with surgical precision. And we do. And we, for the person that wants to learn what we're doing, we're ready to, take you on. Unlimited, I was going to say monthly members, it's an unlimited number of monthly members. So we have an unlimited, anybody can join as a monthly member. It's month to month. You'll get a 1-day hall pass. We'll give you a tour one morning, let you hang out for the whole day, not on YouTube, but on Zoom. And then you get to see the signals that, on a nightly basis, what the algos are showing every night. We've had the last 2 weeks has just been beautiful, really, really good. Our systems indicated, and we can show you this, and our members are here now on August 22nd to get long, and on August 18th it was saying bounce, and we have. In fact, if I get time here, let me see if I can show you. Now, this is at a glance. So as an idea, so we can do this with stocks, right? So let me just show you real quick. I'm going to come to this tool. I love this tool, and bear with me. I'm going to try to drag this into view. Okay, so I'm going to bring this over, and let me lose the printing here. And let me just erase this so we can see this. This is another algo that we use for trading stocks. It's called the SMC Trade Generator Pebble Beach. This is today. Buy signals and sell signals. Let me show you. This is just today. There are 23 signals. It's profitable in every single one of them. Now it's modest. It's only, this is trade purses being calculated based on a $10,000 trade. Most people would be using options. Not unusual at all for the Pebble Beach to be 80, 90% profitable in these signals. So if you want to trade stocks, you can. You buy 100 shares though of LW to get long, you're going to have to shell out 10 grand. So you shell out 10 grand, yeah, you're up 156 bucks. You shell out 1,900, you make 1,000. Also too, there are some other advantages to trading futures. Yeah, you definitely the chipper is something you definitely want to practice with, but all good. So I'm going to need to break away, and but we'll let you watch. So yeah, Jeffy, if others have questions, I'll try to be back. I'll just write a note here. We'll try to be back probably about 3:30, but we'll let you watch. Trying to give you a chance to see what this is about. This is a nice breakdown, right? Nice breakdown. And the machine went short in here, a little tighter stop. But if you had a decent stop up in here, more healthy, potentially could have had it. Each one of these breaks is worth about 60 bucks. And she's breaking down. If you took it here, in the last 7 minutes, yeah, you're up 450. And she's dipping. She does look like she's going to give it up. I'm not suggesting anybody take these trades. That's not what we're doing here. I don't think you can do whatever you want to do online. If you're running around looking for people to give you trades, I think you're wasting your time. You might make a couple bucks here or there, but in the long haul, you're just wasting your time. I mean that sincerely, actually. I'm not, whether it be us or with somebody else. I think if you're subscribing to somebody and they're giving you, 10 option picks a night and you're not learning anything, I also think you're wasting your time. I really do. We want our folks to learn. Okay, so I got to break away. Thanks for the questions, and we'll try to be back a little bit later. Notice the VIX is coming up, starting to rise. The green VIX will turn into a red market. Market is starting to trip down. Okay, folks, we're going to need to wrap it up today. And we were tied up with our Q School with Cy. Um, and we wish everyone the best. Be sure to pop in. We had a nice, look at the system over here. We didn't have it in here, but there was a big fat trade there. Look at that giant trade. How about the long trade? Another one coming back up. This strategy that's running here, we didn't have it going in, but beautiful, beautiful looking setup. We also trade options, right? And we're diversified in what we do and how we go about it. If you want to learn, we offer mentorships is what we're doing. We've been doing it for years. We don't accept everybody. So, it's probably a small miracle that you found us. We wish everyone the best. We'll be back up tomorrow morning at 9, and we're going to try to repeat again what we did today, at least for the morning session. Try to make our $1,000 before 10. Good night and good luck, everybody.